All right. No. Come back. Oh, it's Monday, dude. Mondays are always cursed for us. All right. We're going to try for the Kasami Bracer again today. I want it. I need it. I yearn for it. I yearn for the mines. Me and my fiance have been playing Diablo 2 again. And we've been hard farming for a oh, what is it called? A Stone of Jared. So even when I'm not streaming Redria, I'm still on that farm life. Been rough out there. But all right, let's get our first run going. Do Soul Blade. But yeah, my weekend was pretty chill. Have no complaints. But yeah, I've been enjoying getting back to Redria, so all week, and I was like wanting to hop on some and let's see what we can get today. And but I gotta have some restraint. Otherwise I'd have no time for anybody else. And that just won't do. Gotta have time for family. But yeah, this is our first day having our first full day of having our luminous field. So let's see exactly how much that custom frame is holding us back. We're also looking for Discas with some decent hit and Calibers with decent hit. We're not looking for it, but if we got our Agito, I wouldn't be upset. I would not be upset by that. At some point, I want to get another God Power. Ow. Let's see, we've got God Power's 50. Okay, I mean, that's a pretty significant amount of... That's a pretty big amount of ATP. Let's be real. Hey, what was that? 35 dark? Not terrible. Wish you had hit. This is how we take care of these guys. Okay, now we can actually fight these guys. Easy. I was just about to say, will I get shot? Yes. You know what? We will take that trap vision for the last room. Let's see. Crap. Yeah, get over here. Okay, hold on. I want to look at my list real quick. All right, so all we need... Oh, we already have... I didn't mark off dub chicks yesterday. So we just need Kasami Bracer, Agito, and the Magic Rock Mula. Mula, we are not too... I don't think I'm too worried about Mula. There's definitely other places to get it that are way easier. Yeah, very hard caves. So might as well just mark that one off. The only thing we need are Sinnoh Blues and Sinnoh Reds for the mines in Ultimate. Redria gets it pretty easy in the mines, so thank God. However, the drop rates for both of them are not particularly good. So, might be here for a minute. Alright. Anti-7, that's what we need. Okay, nice. Huge. I don't know how huge that is, but it's huge. Oh, I didn't hit the button. Is there any reason for me to come over here? No, there isn't. EXP, but I'm gonna try to fast track this this run a bit. Yeah, I saw that. Saw that coming. We'll get them with Jellin once they all get back around. There we go. Okay, or we'll just get knocked out again. That's fine. Here comes 0 damage. Actually, I don't remember if Phil is 0. It's like a little bit of damage, I think. And somehow I live. That's pretty cool. Alright. Oh, what's going on? They literally heal for like 35. It's kind of funny. It's like almost not worth the heal. Like, why are you healing? But yeah, we need both Sinnohs actually. So the reds will have our Agido, the blues will have our Kasami. Sorry about these guys. I feel like the Sinnoh Reds are slightly... I feel like they have slightly lower HP. They die a lot faster than Sinnoh Blues. It's weird. It's like a weird... like instead of like the... Because obviously in each area there's like a progression of enemies, right? Like in Forest 1 you have the Boomas, then you have the Go Boomas, then you have the Gigo Boomas, right? Then Mines you have Gilchicks, then you have the Canoons, or the Canadins, or whatever they're called in normal. And then you have like the Sinnohs, Sinnoh Blues, and then you have like Sinnoh Reds. Because you don't usually see a Sinnoh Red until like the end of Mines 1. Just about. And so you have, there's like a slow, steady progression through each area. And that's kind of like one of the ways that they have like created a sort of difficulty in a lot of these free zones or free explore zones. Anyway, and it feels weird because it's like as you're going through an area, you'll notice that, oh, this new guy that wasn't there before has, you know, slightly more damage, does slightly more damage, and has slightly more health. But it's like, it seems like there's certain monsters in the game that, hold on, I'm confused. No, it seems like there's certain monsters in the game that don't necessarily follow that rule. One of them in particular is the Sinnohs in the episode 2. Don't crit me. Okay. The Sinnohs in episode 2 are weird because the Sinnoh barrels, which are the normal Sinnohs, they have a like insane resistance. Not insane. They have a higher resistance for dark than they do for the Sinnoh Zelly or Spiggles. And it's the same in the seabeds. And I think that instance isn't necessarily like a good representation of what I'm trying to say or what I'm trying to compare. But then you have something like the Sinnoh Red and the Sinnoh Blues where it's like, it just feels like the Sinnoh Reds are just way weaker than the Blues. I don't know. It's just something that I've noticed. But I really do think that PSO has its own way of like creating a difficulty in each individual difficulty, obviously, but like, I mean, each zone has its own difficulty. And that becomes more prevalent in Ultimate, right? Because then you have like the caves where lilies can literally one-shot you instead of just poisoning you. And that's like, so in Ultimate, unless you're playing on Plus and you have access to Tower, the caves is really the first instance of instant death that we really encounter. The first time we encounter anything that can, against, you know, anything that you can get at that time that can just straight one-shot you. And that's in Ultimate. Even in episode 2 up until Ultimate, like, the Mary Curls don't one-shot you. Mary Curls are a bit different though because of their unique projectile. Their projectile isn't just straight up dark damage. It's like, it's literally just a giant physical attack that does thousands of damage. But yeah, the lilies in the caves are definitely the ones that are like, when you first encounter them, that they can feel overwhelming at times if you're not careful. Same with the Mary Curls in episode 2. The first time I fought a Mary Curl in episode 2, I was genuinely surprised. I'm like, oh wow, that one-shot me? Interesting. Because it's like, you play all through normal to very hard, and the most they do is like, oh, they confuse you, or oh, they freeze you, depending on which Mary Curl it is. And you're not really expecting to get one shot. I think at that point in the game, the only thing that you think, or the only thing that one-shots you is not even really a one-shot. It's just you're getting hit multiple times, or you get hit and you're lower than you know. Nothing really just completely wipes you out like a Mary Carol. And there's not even anything you can do about it. They just do so much flat physical damage that you're just dead. At least with like Millilies or Oblilies and Delilies, you can build up a immunity to dark, right? You can build dark resist. In the form of armor units. I mean, that's pretty much the only way. But with Mary Curls, yeah, you just can't. There's not enough HP in the game legitimately to survive a Mary Curl in Ultimate. I think that's why a lot of people really just dislike episode 2 Ultimate. Because it really kind of like challenges everything the game's taught you so far when you get into the tower. Not exactly the weapon I wanted to equip. You know, really getting really confused today, man. I do have a cure confused. Maybe that'll see use today. Oh, there's still 2 over there? No. What the hell? That was weird. Yeah, episode 2 is definitely a beast in of its own, in and of itself. Everything hits harder. Everything has higher resist to spells, attacks. You know. Also, in Ultimate, you know what? I've died a lot in the temple to the lilies in Ultimate. I didn't even think about that. Like, they literally start you out, like, in episode 1, it's like you have the forest, and then that's, you know, whatever. Even in the forest with the dragon, the ice dragon, you can still get stepped on and immediately just die because of how freeze works in this game. It just will multi-hit you and kill you instantly. So even the dragon can be a little jarring once you get into Ultimate. But then, like I said, then you get into the caves and you have the lilies that will straight up one-shot you with dark. And again, at that point, it's not like you're really building dark resist, because it's like, why would I build dark resist? Nothing's gonna one-shot me. You know, nothing that has dark is gonna one-shot me. Or what, you know, whatever. You know, you don't even think about dark resist or light resist or I guess there is one instance of Megid before Ultimate, and that would be Dark Falls is Megid, which is like incredibly negligible. You can still die to it, sure, but just most armors will have, at that point, will have a high enough dark resist to make you immune to it. So it's not really like a big deal. So I guess there is an early instance of Megid with Phase 3 Dark Falls. But resistances really aren't, like, as a casual player, when you're playing through the game for the first time, or, you know, just for the 100th time, and you're just, like, not really thinking about your items stuff, like, resistances really aren't something that you take into account a lot of the times. Even, like, even at, like, a more advanced level of player, you don't really think about resistances most times. Because at a certain point, you're not really, like, things aren't going to be alive long enough to hit you with, you know, whatever attack you need to resist. Like, take Hildelts, for instance. Like, they have their shock, right? You can resist their shock fully if you have enough lightning resist. But more often than not, you're either gonna just kill it or stop it from shocking you, you know. And I mean, like, in normal gameplay, not like running these quests like I have been. I found Vera's Vigor HP. Uh-oh. Like, running these quests, this isn't something you'll do as a casual player. You're not going to just boot up Lost Soulblade. Also, 120, nice. You're not just going to randomly boot up Lost Soulblade. You know, there's obviously... especially for Gamecube. You know, I'm not trying to like toot my own horn or anything, but you really do have to have a certain level of experience to like really do these certain quests solo, or like be like exceptionally decently geared, right? Like there's no way I'd be able to do these quests if I didn't have half the items I had at this level, especially. Like just look at my custom frame, for instance. I was taking so much damage with the custom frame. And as soon as I found the luminous field, I was still taking damage, but not nearly as much. Did I just get 2 elf legs minus back to back? The heck? And one thing I've noticed with speedruns in general with PSO is like when you're speedrunning PSO, you often find yourselves in areas that were elf arm and elf legs minus. Interesting. But when you're speedrunning this game, you often find yourselves in areas that like weren't necessarily made for somebody your level. You're always way lower level than where you should be, because you're trying to like kill the least amount of enemies, get to the point A to point B as fast as possible. So you're missing like the extra rooms, you're missing the extra enemies, and so like obviously there's a level of player that you got to be in that situation. The only difference with like playing in an area that you're too low level for and like trying to like what I call brute force a drop or two, and then speedrunning is like speedrunning, you literally have only so much growth that you do, because again, you're trying to go fast, right? Now you could have the absolute god run where you find everything you absolutely need, you get lucky, and it's the same thing in like challenge mode, right? You're trying to go fast in challenge mode, even though challenge mode is pretty lenient on, I hate everything. Even though challenge mode is pretty lenient for an S rank, you're still trying to go fast. You're still trying to get from point A to point B quickly. A Scoppy doll. Oh, we want him to stay on that corner, actually. I can hit him from here. I can hit him. Okay. No. This is bad. Okay. But yeah, there's different levels of PSO gamers is my point. And I respect all of them. I've kind of been, except for like speedrunning, obviously, but speedrunning is a whole different subset of PSO gamer. Speedrunners and time attackers are some of the, like, I don't want to say they're the most skilled of the game, but they're definitely the most knowledgeable of the game, but there's definitely some of the most mechanically good players. And I mean, in a game with like PSO like again, outside of speedrunning, and it really all depends on like, it's all like, you can be really good and you can do lots of, you know, damage and stuff, but what really defines like how good of a player you are, unfortunately, will always come down to how lucky you were with drops. If you just don't have a drop that, you know, somebody else has, like, you're just gonna, I guess this kind of still sort of applies in speedrunning to an extent. Because it's like, if you don't get, you know, this certain weapon, but someone else does. Like, let's take Verimortal, for example. Let's say two people are speedrunning, Vera and someone else are speedrunning back to back. Obviously, the person who gets the shadow weapon towards the end of the run will have a better time. Just in the run in general. That person's gonna have a better time than somebody who doesn't get the shadow weapon. So it's like, PSO is very gear dependent to an extent, and that's why it kind of makes it hard to like differentiate skill. And that's why I say time attackers and speedrunners are some of the most like mechanically gifted individuals in this game, because it's like they really do just play from behind the whole time. Not time attackers as much, but the speedrunners. That's what we're aiming for today. We're aiming for all the Uber drops. Oh no. Oh no. This is unfortunate. But yeah, I feel like the different level of PSO gamers is definitely offset by how good your luck is and how good of a mechanical player you are. Because definitely, you know, you have people who can find some of the god items like instantly, rare, some like really good items, but they may not be able to use them like someone else might be able to use them at their like fullest potential. Like, as long as I've been playing this game, I genuinely don't think I'm even that mechanically good at the game. I think there's plenty of room for improvement for me. I would say I'm more knowledgeable than I am mechanically gifted at this game. And that's like obviously half the battle, right? Knowing like resistances and knowing what is best to, what weapon is best at this point. Like that's like half the battle, obviously, right? Then that's like a good start. But if you can't mechanically like be decent at the game, you're still gonna end up just like doing what I do most of the time on this character. just being a punching bag and then just like trying to get damage out. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, whatever, you know, however you want to play this game. I've always been a big advocate of like, just play how you want to play. You know, there's obviously is, especially in Blueburst, there obviously is a sort of meta to your character, to your class that's been set by the player base. But don't ever feel like you have to play a certain way. I always go to that one. Like, my whole thing is like, don't ever feel like you have to play a certain way strictly because other people are doing it. Now, I would say the exact opposite almost in a more competitive game, like let's say League of Legends, for instance, or I don't know. But like, obviously there's a clear way to play a character in a game like League of Legends that is considered like a troll or a not, as they say, non-meta pick. So it's like I would actually say the opposite of PSO in that instance, or like any offline game where there's a sort of like way to play a character. And then obviously there's like playing online in PSO, right? There's not necessarily like I expect people to play this way or I want people to play this way. There's just a way to make things quicker, because what is like one of the number one things in PSO is like you're hunting for items, right? You're looking for an item. You create a room online to farm a specific item or items, and you're trying to get said item. So it's like you want to get these runs out. You want to get as many runs out in the shortest amount of time, because there's no piping, right? There's no piping. You can't pipe for rare enemies. You can't just restart the quest from the lobby, you know what I mean? So you want to get as many quests out in this a short amount of time, in the shortest amount of time. So you want the runs that you're running to go smoothly. And if somebody is like not necessarily pulling their weight, then it's going to be a lot slower, and you're going to get a little frustrated because like, hey man, I'm trying to get these runs done. I just want to like, I just want you to like, yeah, I just want you to contribute a little bit. Come on, pull your weight a little bit. And if you're just kind of like, I don't know, it's a weird space, because it's like you're obviously playing with random people most of the time, and you're expecting them to bring some sort of level of gameplay to the table. And it's that weird, like, well, how are they supposed to know type of thing? You know, most people wouldn't join a room if they knew. Most people like that wouldn't join a room if they knew it was going to be an expectation on them. And I don't think it's wrong to expect somebody to, you know, perform at the absolute minimum, right? Like, how many times have I had a room in Affinia that's like, it's like, is this person awake? Like, what's going on? Is this person AFK? What are they playing with their toes? Like, what's going on here? Like I've had people in my group just using one weapon, using the most unconventional weapon, and just kind of like, and it's hard for me because it's like I want to be like, I want to do my whole personality is like I want to give them benefit of the doubt that maybe that's the only weapon they have. maybe they weren't lucky, and that goes back to me like talking about how one person could be unlucky. I want to get in there so bad. How one person could be unlucky and not have like the gear that they would want at that level, or they didn't know that they could farm, or that they should farm before this level or something, you know what I mean? So that's just me though. I don't know. I have a hard time like telling people like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I have a hard time telling people, hey, do better. Hey, hurry up, or hey, actually use a real weapon. That's why in my Hukasil TTF runs, I started carrying different levels of shifted E-band. Because it's like, what do you want as a cast? You're expecting someone to join who has shift and D-band, right? So, I'd get people who are running TTF, and TTF is universally the like leveling, the quote leveling quest, right? Because it's quick, quick short route to each boss gives lots of EXP. So you're gonna have a lot of lobies joining. So I just started carrying level 20 shifted D-bands, level 30 shifted D-bands for the forces. And I'm just like, come on now. Let's get this going. Like I've definitely been able to rock a full non-cast room before, or a full all-cast room before, and we've still, pulled out, and we've still pulled through and done it or whatever. Yeah, that's another thing too, is like obviously carrying S-Reds is kind of a solution to not having. Why is he so fast? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, he'll die eventually to this. Okay. Yeah, he's a speedy boy. But yeah, I can carry a TTF no problem. Like, that's not the issue. It's just like the speed of it. Oh, obviously it would be better if, you know, everyone pulled their weight. It would be better if, you know, the Ray Marl joined and had shifted D-Van 20. You know what I mean? Like, obviously it can always go faster. Minutes, not pissy. Yeah, I think the average TTF should take about 50 minutes. Anything more is kind of like a little too slow. Nothing. Oh, hey, what's this? Wow, another photon drop. The week of photon drops? I wouldn't mind that. We really haven't found as many photon drops as I thought we would be. I'm kind of surprised how few photon drops we actually have so far. Okay. Give me a couple minutes after I restart the quest here. Putting another photon drop to the list. 26 photon drop. We're gonna need roughly 120 photon drops total for everything that we want. Roughly. That all depends on what special I decide to put on my S rank when I do get it. But at the minimum, we'll probably need like 62 for the Lafuteria. All right, give me a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I had to grab my mail. There was a letter in there. I didn't know what it was. Apparently, I have been selected to serve on the California Supreme Court jury. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotta remove the It's not jury duty. It's optional jury duty. But for the Supreme Court, I need to shop actually. Of California. So. I said pass. I hate jury. With a passion. Last time I did jury duty, they literally had me in a room with like about 30 other people. And I just sat there and waited for like 2 hours for them to finally be like, the case has been thrown out. I was like, all right, cool. I'm going home. See ya. So thankfully, I don't have to do any of that. Big news for your boy. Usually it's mandatory. Usually when it's like the regular courts, usually it's mandatory. But thankfully this one wasn't. This one was optional. All right, anyway, let's get back into the mines here. The mines in which they probably don't want me for that reason. Yeah, they want people that don't want to be there. I don't know. I don't know if I would really enjoy jury duty or not. They always ask, like, if you're unbiased to... They always give you, like, a little tidbit of, like, the case. Like, if there ends up being a case. In most situations with, like, jury duty summons is, like, you won't typically get to see a case. You won't even get to that stage. You know, either the case will get thrown out or the defendant will settle. But if the rare chance that you do get picked or you do, go through the second round, then they start doing the questioning about, are you biased towards X, Y, Z, whatever the, case is involving. And so on and so on. It's like every time it gets to that point, I'm just like, yes, I don't want to be here. Yes, I'm biased. Don't pick me. The one time AI got picked, the person off them so no trial. What? Wait, is that actually true? That sounds insane. Oh, I thought you said, I was like, AI. That's crazy. I mean, I guess unlucky for you. Unless you didn't want to serve, in which case, hey. But yeah, jury duty is one of those things for me that's just like, I'd rather not. Let's let somebody else who, let's let someone else do it. But I've only heard good things about it though, like just from people who have served on a trial. Nice. Love that for me. Oh yeah, that's nice at least. You don't gotta worry about taking time off at that point. I often wish I had more time with my ship to do, man. I feel like I just start getting to know it. And it's already gone. Why do you twice kill chicks? That's exactly what I was trying to avoid. Picking up both of those items. I find myself getting myself into like situations like that because all I'm trying to do is just avoid picking up an item. It always just makes things worse for me. I'll take the stolen wizard, thank you. Oh, right, I gotta actually hit the other one. But yeah, my weekend was pretty chill. Like I was saying earlier, me and Sylvia just kind of did some Diablo a bit, Diablo 2. We've been like hard farming for a ring for her. It's the Stone of Jared. Which shouldn't be as rare as it is, but we're kind of like trying to brute force an early one. It's one of those drops that drops from a higher level Andariel, but we're trying to brute force it from a lower level Andariel. Okay. So even when I'm not hunting on PSO, I'm still hunting in I'm still hunting in some kind of game. You get slapped in the back. Yep. But yeah, we got into nightmare mode. We've been hunting this stupid ring since like level 30, I want to say. Or whatever level you get into nightmare mode usually, and that's like level 31, 32. I think we're level 56 now. And the EXP has definitely slowed way the hell down. I'm gonna reset. But you know what, dude? I'm in for it. Let's just call this practice. Man, Sin of Blues crit so much. Or so often. I'm gonna give him the NPC special. Okay, I really have been confused a lot today. What the heck? Yeah, we haven't gotten the new expansion yet for Diablo 2 Resurrected, but we plan on it soon. We plan on getting the new expansion, which is kind of insane to think that they released. I mean, it still blows me away that they released an expansion for Diablo 2, albeit on Resurrected only, but still. I mean, I guess I guess it shouldn't be too surprising because they still do update the ladder for Diablo 2 Resurrected. So it's not like the game is abandoned or anything. It's just like, that's a 30-year-old game. That's crazy. That'd be like if Sega released an update for PSO2, or they released like a version 4 for PSF. Man, PSO2 could have been so cool. I mean, don't get me wrong. PSO2 in its base state was pretty cool. I loved PSO2. I have a soft spot for PSO2. But it could have been so much better. NGS when it first released had a lot of potential, but it really did just become kind of a Gooner game at that point. Like, PSO was already kind of a Gooner game in the West, but then it literally became a Gooner game once it got to New Genesis. It really fell in line with like a lot of those newer gacha games, like Victory Goddess Nike or whatever. Like, I mean, we've all seen those ads on YouTube. We've all seen those ads scrolling through a website at some point with like an anime girl sitting behind cover, shooting the gun, and her ass is just jiggling everywhere. So, I mean, it really, PSO New Genesis really does have some of the most insane game physics I've ever seen. And I'm not talking about like just the game itself. I'm talking about the female character physics are just absolutely insane. That's why I'm so kind of sad that it's like I made a male character. It's like male characters have some of the worst, like, there's not a lot you can do with a male character in PSO2, especially in New Genesis. Outside of like wearing a completely different outfit that makes you look like a completely different character, there's not a lot of customization with New Genesis or PSO2 in general with males. All of that went to the female characters. I will say one positive thing about New Genesis is the movement system that they've implemented. The movement system with New Genesis is so cool and it's so fluid and floaty, and it's just, I don't know, it's definitely not PSO. As its own game, New Genesis is fine. As a Phantasy Star Online game, it's dog water. It's awful. And I think that's why they really wanted to make an independent game, albeit still with the name tag of PSO on it. Yeah, I mean, it still kind of doesn't have an end game as far as I'm aware. It just has like, I don't know, the game flow of New Genesis is not really my type of game. It really does just feel mobile gamey, where it's like you don't really have like any sort of like real progression outside of like leveling up. And that's fine. If you like that kind of game, that's perfectly fine, you know. But me personally, that's not the kind of game that I enjoy. That's why I always will say that New Genesis might be a good game for some, but not for me. And it's definitely not a good Phantasy Star game. It does not encompass what Phantasy Star is. You know, and there is an argument to be made where it's like, well, Phantasy Star doesn't really have an end game. Phantasy Star Online, there's no real like definitive end game. I'm like, yeah, that's true, but it never claimed to be that type of like MMO style game. It really is just meant to be like an RPG with online aspects to it. Like this game literally started on the Dreamcast. It is just one of your run-of-the-mill RPGs from the early 2000s. Caliber. Don't mind if I do. Like, this is more of like, I think everyone always just compares it to Diablo 2, right? With the same kind of like progression that you have in Diablo 2. I think that's why you'll find that a lot of people who like PSO also happen to like Diablo. God, I wish that had hit. Because they're the same kind of like progression. And the same kind of like hunt style. Hence why we're able to do this challenge to begin with, because of the Holy Grail runs of Diablo 2. Or the Grail run, not Holy Grail. Of Diablo 2. And it's like, let's be real, you can do Grail runs in like a lot of games, right? There's certain, if you really wanted to, but I just feel like it fits way better in games like this, where it's like you have a zone that has a subset of drops that you can get, and you just, I was out of that. And you just continuously run over and over to get the drops that you want. Like, there doesn't need to be an end game for PSO. And I feel like there are some, there are servers out there, private servers for Blueburst, that do give PSO a quote end game. The Destiny server, for instance, actually created sort of raid areas, so to speak, where you would normally have multiple people to run with and kill these enemies and stuff that are really hard. And it expects you to have a certain level of gearing done on your character. And you know, in hindsight, I mean, that is cool, because I did do them a couple times, so it is cool, but it's definitely not the vibe that I get from PSO as a whole. So while I do appreciate a lot of the custom content that people do for PSO on these said private servers, I don't necessarily full-heartedly agree with them. And while I can appreciate the creations of some of these servers, they're definitely not something that I would do for any extended period of time. That being said, I do have a level 200 on the Destiny server that took me like maybe a day and a half to get. So that's the thing, is like, Destiny really did just make a server that focuses on quote end game of Phantasy Star. And I guess there's an argument that can be made about, like, well, PSO does have an end game, especially on Blueburst, because it's like end game is just like farming some of these harder quests with lots of enemies. But I don't necessarily agree with that, because it's like you can still find a lot of these items that you're looking for, a lot of these in-game items, in a lot of like early quests in early areas. Just look at like for me, just look at for Redria, the red sword and the lavis cannon, you know, those all drop from caves. And then you have stuff like the magic stone Arista that drops from obviously the Hildators. And that's what I'm saying, like, that's just kind of the nature of PSO and as a whole. It's like you can have a new player literally find an SJS their first time in the tower, or their first time killing a Gigu, right? Like, I don't know how many times I've seen someone be like, oh, I just got into PSO, you know, I'm getting back into it after all these years. And then they immediately find, like, a god weapon. So they find an Uber, like, immediately. I'm like, it's that meme that's like, happy for you. I'm happy for you. I'm glad. But it's like, I'm also upset about it. Great, happy for you, and like you got a big mad face on. But that's just the nature of PSO. It doesn't matter like how end game you think you are. As long as you don't got that luck, you're not gonna find what you're looking for. And that's just like with Diablo 2. Why did that not work on him? Who's it playing? I am somehow still making Meseta, even though I'm using cards a lot more. Ow. Not gonna waste this skull atomizer. Gonna wait it out. We're gonna tough it out. But yeah, I've been thinking a lot about like game design and like game balance and stuff the last day or two. So I don't know if anybody knows him, but Jeff Kaplan, one of the big time lead developers for like Overwatch and WoW and stuff like that, he recently did an interview, and that video is up on YouTube. It's a 5-hour interview, which is it's a really insightful and really like, if you have any form of like desire or like interest in game development, it's a very good watch and listen. But it just got me thinking about like all kinds of different like aspects of gaming, just both socially and mentally, and like realizing that a lot of people don't treat game developers as human beings, which clearly they are. And you know, developers, not just developers, but like creators in general, like whether it's social media or whether it's like videos on YouTube, people just get treated like crap just for having an opinion or for liking this thing. And it's like these guys, and that's the thing I was talking to Sylvia about, is like these guys that created Blizzard, like there was like maybe less than 100, 200 employees, you know, at the time of when Jeff Kaplan joined the Blizzard team. But they were all just homies. They were all just like straight up people who came from, at the time, the biggest game was like EverQuest, right? And you know, they all had like respect for each other. They all, you know, there was obviously no like clear pecking order, because everyone was just kind of like, they're just kind of some dudes who share a common interest in video games and want to make good video games. Whereas today, as Sylvia put it, it's like everything just gets like consumed by like bigger company, and everything just kind of gets, he was talking about like, he was using metaphors like the Hydra and like the Beast or whatever, and like, yeah, I mean, I totally get it. Like, it really does just seem like that sort of community in game development gets eaten up. And it's like, I was telling her the other day, it just feels like there's no quality assurance anymore. It feels like nobody's really, they're just like, that mentality of like, we can just fix it in post, you know, if there's really a big issue. And one of Jeff's stories was he was talking about what they call crunch, which is basically just like overtime. That's not allowed in the industry anymore. That's something that, you know, has caused not only a lot of stress on the developers, and it's, you know, they end up sleeping in the office and basically having no life outside of the development of this game or whatever. And obviously that's not allowed anymore. And if you do that, he was like, you know, you're gonna have like 9 different articles written about you, about how awful of a game developer company you are, how awful of a company, evil company, forcing their employees to work overtime or whatever. He said back in when he started, that was something they did because they wanted to, not because they had to. They wanted to get this game out. They wanted to produce and like test this game to its fullest extent and iron out all the issues they had with the game. And you know, he said there was a time where he was testing a certain crash or something in Warcraft 3 for the developers, because when he first started he didn't really have like an official position. He was just kind of like helping out around doing whatever at the time. Get out of my way. And anyway, he was helping out, and he said for 30 hours all he was doing is completely recreating this one unique crash that would happen. And it was something like weird, like if you did something special during the cinematics, or if you pressed a certain button at this point in time during the end cinematic, you know, something would happen in the game and crash. And it was just him and one other guy sitting in the room for like 30 hours, just him continuously repeating this crash. And it wasn't because it was something he had to do. It wasn't because, you know, obviously it was like they were getting ready for the game to launch and stuff. But it wasn't because he had to. It wasn't because, you know, he was going to get fired if he didn't. He just really wanted the game to be good. He wanted to be the reason why this game did well. And why it really, you know... And it turns out, you know, Warcraft 3, obviously, one of the big cornerstones of gaming for Blizzard. Like one of the big, huge titles, right? And so I just feel like that sort of like want, and I don't think necessarily the want. I still think people want their games to be good. But I feel like people really don't put what it really takes anymore. And we're not because we don't want to, but because it's not allowed in the industry anymore. Because like you said, like it's not allowed. You're not allowed to do overtime like that anymore. And while it would be a good thing, because obviously overtime like that is very taxing on not just the physical aspect of it, but also clearly the mental aspect. Right, so I get it to an extent. It's healthier of an work environment to not be put in that situation, which is why they just do a lot of, well, if it launches and it has a bunch of problems, we'll just fix it after the fact. But I still would, me personally, being someone who enjoyed games being in a complete state upon release, I wouldn't mind if we had a bunch of people who genuinely just wanted to do the best and, you know, do everything it took, despite what is told that you can't do anymore. But I guess that's just the way that it is now. It's just the way that you can't, legally, you can't do stuff like that anymore. But yeah, I don't know. It just, the way people had treated game developers and still treat game developers is just like, they're just dudes. Like they're just, you know, they've played the games that we've played, they've learned, and they've grown a passion for the same kind of games that, you know, we've all grown up playing. You know, they've all more or less played, you know, Mario, they've all more or less played Sonic, and then we get more into like the hey Vera, how did your Raymarl go? Sorry, I was just talking some game dev talking about the Jeff Kaplan interview that happened, I think yesterday or like a day ago. Never made it past Ruins 1. We love that. Hey, how's it going, Shen Talk? How's it going, Hyena? Yeah, I was just talking about the Jeff Kaplan interview. He's a lead developer at Blizzard. Or he was a lead developer at Blizzard for a long time. I really need it. No, dude. That's not what I want to see. Doesn't even have hit, dude. That's crazy. I never noticed the green trail that DB Saber leaves behind. It's almost like it's a normal Saber with the green trail. That's weird. Excuse me. Nope, I want that. Nope, give me that back. Ah, stop it. So what happened in your what happened in your run? I'm curious. What caused the not making it past Ruins 1? Never got the shadow weapon you wanted. Okay, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, that's not gonna help at all. Well, you did get a shadow weapon, but in typical PSO fashion, wasn't exactly the shadow weapon that you wanted. Norlith, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday. That's okay. You can just blame Mondays. Mondays are always cursed. Yeah, honestly, dude. Frick Mondays. Some of my worst days with this hunt have always been Mondays. We don't need to go there yet. We have one more room to get through. Yeah, so what we're doing here is we're trying to get our Kasami Bracer. And, you know, the only other weapons we need, actually, in the mines are Kasami Bracer. Oh, let me, Kasami Bracer and our Agito 95. This is why I wanted this. Yeah, Argito 95 from, ironically, Sinnoh Blues and Sinnoh Reds. Sinnoh Reds dropped the Agito, while the... Okay. While the Sinnoh Blues dropped the... Kasami. Didn't turn me around. Love that. Thankfully, Redria doesn't have us in the mines for too long. Unlike the caves. I guess that also plays into account that like there's just way more monsters in the caves than there are the mines. Raz 19? We actually do need that. Of course, you confuse me. Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind a rare Baranz every once in a while, you know what I'm saying? What would a rare Baranz look like? It'd just be green. It'd just be a Garanz. What monster would we want in the mines to be rare? I'm kind of leaning towards Baranz, but I could definitely see the Sinnohs being rare. A rare dub chick would be hilarious. That would be pretty funny, yeah. A rare Canadian. God, that would be the worst. This playing with Uniwhirl in offline ruins has really made me dislike Canadians. I need MST. Okay. Yeah, we'll go check these boxes real fast, I guess. Let's just kill these guys from over here. Why don't we? A rare Monest. Could just be a red Monest. Funny because there's a server, Bluebird server, Destiny server, that actually does do variants for certain monsters. But they're not rare variants. They're just like seasonal variants. They do one. There's an event they do which turns all of the mines into like this weird like casino vibe. I don't know the purpose of it or the story behind it, but they turn Baranzas into like hyper Baranzas. And then they have Del Depths, ironically enough, turn into a weird like Dr. Eggman. It's really weird. But I imagine it wouldn't be impossible using certain knowledge to make normal enemies like a rare variant of some sort. Obviously, you would have to like, you know, put a custom model in. Okay, I think by the time I get level 150, if I don't find a better disc than 50 hit, I think I'm going to just use this saucer I have. I have a 50 hit saucer in here. And make that become my Rainbow Baton. I can see myself using Rainbow Baton more than Brave Man, just because I'm not going to be using a lot of Berserk special. Do we kill? Yeah, we killed Wolof. Okay. I came back here just to bank, but I wasn't expecting to end the quest. Head Filter, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday. A wonderful, not cursed Monday. Yeah, we're gonna kind of cheese the Volopt fight a bit here. Because Volopt is one of the goofiest enemies or bosses ever created. And by goofy, I mean he's just like, what the heck? Why did they do it like this? It has to be some kind of like spaghetti coating with Volopt. Which, as somebody who loves to fight Volopt, I love the spaghetti coating. Probably the only time that I want to be a Uniwhirl during a boss fight is when I'm fighting Volopt. Poor Uniwhirl, dude. Uniwhirl gets I think Uniwhirl and Humar get equal amounts of hate. At least Uniwhirl is a cute space elf. Which is like, who doesn't love cute space elves? Humar is just a guy. And then once you do the offline quests and you realize Ash is such a failure as a Humar, it makes you realize, yeah, Humar kind of sucks. If the NPCs, the poor NPC of the offline quest just dies, just keels over half the time. Nice try, buddy. Another god HP. Love that. We'll take that. Sure. So this quest is meant to be played online, but you can download it off of certain servers to play offline. And yeah, let's just say it wasn't meant to be played offline. And I'll show you why in a second. It's kind of goofy. Actually, we'll take that. 80 max HP. We love that. So normally in this quest, there would be a red portal that just takes you back to Pioneer 1 in Volop's room. Or Pioneer 2, not Pioneer 1. I always say that. But because we're an offline Gamecube, it takes us to this room, which isn't part of the quest. So as you see, we load into a completely broken ruins. So if you're ever wondering what a map looks like that hasn't been adjusted at all, this is what it looks like. No doors, no enemies. The map is a little wonky and loads in weird. There's no teleporter, so you just kind of like spawn in some random spot. Where I loaded in would be where a teleporter would be, though, in like normal. But it's just so weird seeing the map without doors. Like, this is what you would see if there were no doors. You would just see the purple haze in the background, the skybox. It's really weird. It's also kind of cool just seeing that purple skybox like that. I never understood the ruins. They're supposed to be like underground in a spaceship or something. And yeah, it looks like you're like in space itself. My dad gave Soul Blade to me. We love Soul Blade. Yeah, it's a weird quest or weird interaction. I mean, but yeah, that's how you can tell that you're not really supposed to play this quest offline, or it wasn't made for offline, rather. Let's go do some banking real quick and we'll get back in the mines. It turns out ultimate mines are actually kind of good for EXP. Who would have thought? Nope. Nope. That's what I give for trying to go too fast. You've never sealed an ancient evil on your ship and had to bear it? No, I don't think I have. I don't think I have done that. No. I love the lore of the fragmented lore of PSO. That is. Kind of funny. I talk about him a lot, but that guy is not the limit guy. He makes a lot of lore videos, and his theory is that there's two different player characters. There's obviously there's the one you play as, but when you're doing side quests and when you're doing the government quests are two different hunters. The one that you're playing as is the one that does all the side quests. And apparently, I guess both happen like at the same time. Both storylines happen at the same time. So it's just interesting to like really look at it that way. Like you're two different characters. While going through each individual storyline. Sorry, I was trying not to cough. Inside of you are two hunters. Exactly. Wow. Will I get lasered? Probably. The side quest hunter is more impressive than the 4-player hunter. Yeah, I can see that. Well, it's funny too, because like in quests like Soul of Steel, especially like the secret ending or the complete ending or whatever. Like you actually can change like the outcome of the quest just for doing certain things, right? As the character. And so it feels like you're actually involved in the story somehow. Whereas like most quests, it just kind of feels like you're a side character. And it obviously feels like there are side quests. I'm just gonna kill these. It does feel like there's obviously like side quests that are like that make no sense. Like why am I getting in the middle of a husband and wife type of thing, right? And then there's like the mainline ones like Soul of Steel and Dr. Osto's research and whatnot. They're clearly like at the core of what the main quest is supposed to be. that all lead into the Seat of Heart quest, which is supposed to be like the finale. And again, in those quests, depending on what you do, will change the outcome of Soul of Seal and Seat of Heart. I always thought the value of money quest was so silly. I always thought that quest was so silly. Literally one of those "why am I here" moments for me. That cannon was just shoving himself into the wall. See if there's anything over here. No. An antidote. We love antidotes. Zond 28. I think I already have Zond 19. Oh, right. I gotta... I need a sense plate. Let me just wear a sense plate through here. There's so many traps in this quest. I unironically want to start just buying trap visions. When did I pick up that Gladius, dude? Surprised I haven't gotten shot in the back yet. Oh, because I didn't even spawn him. That makes sense. Really? I somehow avoided that trap the whole time just to walk casually into it. It wasn't smart. Okay, I made it out. Trap visions on ballot. That's what I'm feeling like. There's ones that really hurt in this quest too. Oh, that guy's just dead. Nice. Love that. Without the iframes, this would be hell solo. Matter of fact, I think I can turn off the I can turn off or turn on technically the online enemies. I think I did that before with the Volop on accident. Let's see. Yeah, disable offline stats. So I could literally make it harder for myself if I really wanted to. But I don't want to. I like easy mode. Yeah, we'll grab the die grinder. Sure, I'm sure something in the future we'll need grinders at some point. Oh, so now you get knocked down. Okay. That's why I just use mechans. Trap here. I don't know if I reached that one. I don't think I do. Challenger lore range is really weird. Especially on Sinnohs. If they're in the middle of like an animation randomly, it won't actually hit them. So sometimes they'll like fall down and spawn and I just will not hit them with Jellin. Okay, yeah, we'll use this. Why not? Another Vulcan. I don't think I'll ever get another Vulcan like this one. Oop. Oh. There's Farla. Farla just wanted to come out and say hi first. I think I'm good on Kizan. Yeah, we're good. We still need Rab, Raph, and I think Barda? No, Zonde. And I guess Grazon, but don't worry about that. And we need Jellen's Allure and Krista. Okay. Dang, take that 900 crit, dude. Holy. Deleted that guy. Yeah, we'll do this. Do this for EXP and then just walk out. I should level up from this. Yeah, there it is. Level 121. Technically 2 levels a day, even though I was like 10,000 off when we started. That's okay. That still counts. Will we get 3 levels today, though? Let's see if I'll get 211,000 EXP today. Probably not. Once I got roughly 140,000 just from the level that I got at the beginning of the stream and then this last level. I mean, I could calculate exactly how much EXP I get. This is where if I had a higher hit Disco Brave Man, I would just disco them. Unfortunately, Disco Brave Man's not reliable right now. So we just casually gun them down. Oh wow, I just completely missed everything. We love that. Yeah, a lot of times when I'm playing PSO, like I have a hard time separating my characters, my many characters. That's why I try not to play very much off stream with other characters, because I know that I'm just gonna get stuck in my like Blueburst character mentality wise. So I'm gonna like want to pull out a Disco Brave Man. And wanted to start going to town on the enemies, and then, oh, I missed everything. Right. Really just have to get used to this character more. I roughly have the same weapons that I would normally with my Blueburst character. My Blueburst character, sorry about that. I play Hunter roughly the same way that I would on any character. Early jump. As long as I don't get crit here, I did get crit, but I'm just gonna let Fuse wear off. Farm plus this time, not minus. It's kind of messed up because every once in a while I'll hear the sound. I'll think I hear the sound of a rare drop, and it's usually before I finish killing some mobs. Man, that's messed up, dude. I'm starting to imagine the rare drop sound. Yeah, that trap is definitely a death trap if I don't blow that one up. I really do have red box fever, it's true. That happens to me with my Yukaseel, because my Yukaseel is Redria as well, and she I have the red and white and black Yukaseel outfit on, or colors, I guess. Technically an outfit. And so sometimes I'll like move my character a certain way, and I'll be like, I swear I saw a red box on the ground. Even though I didn't hear anything. I do that too with like So my Huka seal has a red ring, and so I'll do that too. I'm like, oh, I saw something. Oh no, it's just the red ring. Thankfully, this character doesn't have anything that will make me think of red box. The hair, not so much. Like the hair isn't even anywhere where it would be like, oh yeah, that's the red box. Plus, I've like conditioned myself to listen for the drop sound effect rather than looking for it, which is kind of a benefit of having the rare alert sound effect. Or maybe not so much a benefit. Maybe it's kind of like a side effect, because it makes you play lazy, kind of. At least it makes me play lazy. It's like I'm not really going to every box and like looking at every box the way I probably should be. But yeah, it makes me play a lot more, a lot lazier. Because it's like I don't have to look for the box, I just have to hear it. I hate Canadians. Surely Confused will help me out here, right? You can be slow. Oh, okay. I was about to say, you can be slowed and confused? What? Okay. Apparently I'm out of the room there. Okay, I see. Interesting. We'll hold on to this one. It has 40. I know I said I wouldn't hold on to anything that wasn't 50 hit, but this is the highest hit caliber we found so far. We'll might as well see what it is. Might as well check it out. This is a no cannabis zone. Okay, hold on, Sinnohs. Just wait your turn. Yeah, come on. Okay, now I can kill you. Really? Alright, I'm gonna go get my cure confused after this. I've been getting confused so much today. Way more than usual. How's that 85 HP treating you, Sinnoh? Yeah, I'm fine. I hit all the buttons. Anything? Check this green box. No. And then sometimes I'll just have music going and I won't even hear the rare drop sound effects. That happened to me with the I think it was the Inferno Bazooka. I didn't even see it at first. What is this? Boxes. We love boxes. Boxes, oh plenty. I wonder what this is. What special it has. But yeah, we're looking for high hit discas because we want to make a rainbow baton. And then we're also looking for every time. We're also looking for high hit calibers because eventually we will have to get, we don't have to get it, but our whole goal is to get the offline red ring using the hero and daughter quest chain or quest. And in order to acquire the hero and daughter red ring, you have to do the end of desire quest to get the parasitic gene flow. And so if I'm going to be doing that, I might as well just get a decent caliber to make a dark flow. Even though I more than likely won't be using dark flow, like at all. There's no point in time where I'll be like, yes, it's worth being 10 HP on the Uniworld. Especially offline Gamecube. Maybe during a boss or two, like maybe like a Volopt version 2, I would want to be using Dark Flow, or maybe Dragon even. But like a majority of the time, I'm not going to want to be 10 HP running around. That may change though. We'll never know. Or, you know, we will know, I guess, eventually. But as of right now, I don't know. The good news is at level 200, I will be max ATA and ATP. But that is at level 200, which is quite a while away. That's not going to be happening anytime soon. But yeah, a part of me didn't even want to get a parasitic gene flow, a PGF, because I use PGF so much, or I use Dark Flow so much with my Blueburst characters. That's like, it's kind of refreshing not to have that as like a weapon to lean on. But since I have to do the End of Desire quest anyway, and that's part of the prerequisites for the Hero and Daughter Red Ring, might as well just get it. Even if I don't use it all the time. That, or maybe I just make a maybe I'll just make a dark meteor for the heck of it. Give me 1 second. I gotta close my window. Okay. Sorry about that. Rebuff action. 174. 174,000. Maybe it doesn't seem that far away after all. Oops, that's not good. I'm very stingy with my soul atomizers. If I don't have to use it, I don't want to. Ouch. Worth it. What? Oh. Gotta remember to hit this this switch here. I want to check out those boxes. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Just hit the one that's not directly in front of you. Obviously. See if we can kill this guy before he hits us. Nice. I will say I am starting to understand the oh, that's not good. I will say I'm starting to understand the Whirl and constant want to use mech guns. Because holy. Without mech guns, I don't know if I'd be able to be hitting as well as I am. That being said, I did find 50 hit Vulcans, so I guess that is I am a bit of an outlier. That caught me off guard. Okay. A little bit bigger range than the button. Oh, I don't need that. I don't need any more materials. No use in picking them up. Yeah. I forget the luminous field is the one that drains your HP. And then the aura field's the one that drains your TP. And what we've learned is that the TP drain is not based on like just time. It's based on movement. So if you just don't move a whole lot, you won't be draining HP. Same goes for Soul Eater. It's based on, I think, like every X amount of steps, you'll tick HP. Oh, I didn't even see this guy. He blended in. The guy used his camouflage skill. We'll probably get another photon launcher by the end of this. I'm personally happy that our Lavis cannon isn't tied to the Sinnoh Blues. We got the easy Lavis cannon. Quote, easy in quotations. Because as it turns out, it's not so easy. I need to exit the room real fast. Hopefully I don't get blasted. Okay, we're good. Had to unequip and re-equip my mag so that I could rest reliably. I guess we also need the Canoon as well. Kind of sucks, but... Well, no, we don't even need the Canoon because all the Canoon drops is a Magic Rock Moolah, which is way easier to get in very hard. So yeah, we just need the 2 Sinnohs. And then we're done with the mines. Once we get our Guido 75 and our Kasami Bracer, we literally never have to come back to the mines. Which is pretty cool. But not yet. Not yet. We still need them. We still need the mines. Always 2 weapons and a green and a blue. I think it's always a soul atomizer too. Yeah, we'll check out what it is. Fine. Native machine, huh? They both 40 hit? They are. Seems like 40 hit is the number for today. Lots of unpacked. Did not mean to pick that up. Where's the trimate? Or the trifluid? But yeah, using the trap vision just makes that dark room that much easier. Because those traps, they're confused traps and then they're massive damage traps. Those damage traps hurt. Get us another god HP. Curious. I'm not gonna hit anything, but I kind of want to see. I think a lot more than I thought I would. Now let's try with the special. Yeah. As to be expected. Mono grinder. We don't need it. Mono meat. Alright, I think that's about it. And then let's get out of here. Okay, so 135 is what we ended at with that. Okay, so maybe we will get a third level today. Unfortunately, it'll just get slower and slower. The leveling. Alright, let's check out this ray gun and this caliber. And do some banking in the wall. Start up another run. What do we have on this caliber? Regardless, I'm going to keep this one for now. A dim caliber. Ooh. That is a hard no for me. But I will keep it for the 40 hit. What do we got? Burning? Alright, I'm tough. Say goodbye, burning caliber, or burning ray gun. Hardly knew ya. We got saucers, nothing good. Nothing good. 50 hit mind launcher. Could be a 50 hit meteor. 50 hit future dark meteor. What are we looking like? At space with space. Okay. We got some room left. Yeah, look at this completely zeroed out 50 hit charge bolting, dude. What is that? I don't think I'll ever find anything like that again. Come on. There we go. Lost soul. We do this for about 4 hours today, and then we end stream and we go do Diablo 2 hunting for like the rest of the night. We do Diablo 2 on Duriel until we get our drop. It's funny, Starved kind of made a good point last time he was hanging around. He had said something about he's gonna be disappointed if I, as a Redria, don't end up getting a high hit Disco of Brave Man at some point. It would be kind of a waste if as a Redria I didn't have, or at least try to get high hit Disco, which is kind of true because those things drop everywhere with Redria. Redria and Weidel, those are the Disco of Brave Man IDs. Just with the way they drop, I don't even have to target farm one. One will come to me eventually. Probably. Maybe. If I'm lucky. And everybody knows that you're only as good as the loot that you get in PSO. I'm gonna get lasered. No, I'm not. Let's get a cure slow and a cure confuse. What I need right now. Why can't I have state maintenance, man? Why couldn't they port state maintenance over? Let's just, I want state maintenance instead of a PGF. Or End of Desire. Just give me a GameCube state maintenance and I'll be happy. For anyone that doesn't know, state maintenance is a unit that is only obtainable in the Dreamcast versions of the game. It basically is a cure everything unit. It had a notoriously low drop rate from, I think, Volop in version 2. Ultimate Volop. But it was one of the best units, just because even though it didn't give you any stats, I believe, it still was just an all-around one of the best units, because it just gave you pure immunity to any kind of status effect. You couldn't be frozen, you couldn't be shocked, you couldn't be paralyzed, poisoned, any form of pure unit that you know. Yeah, it would negate it completely. State maintenance was definitely one of the best units to ever be created. Even by Blueburst standards. Ow. be refilled. Trying to get rid of the corner. Who needs TP anyway, man? Not this guy, that's for sure. But yeah, Dreamcast, I feel like Dreamcast is a fun experience that everybody who plays PSO should experience at least once. At the very least, they should experience it. Why did he... I think that... fine. That'll be fine. Surely that'll hit me 10 of them, right? Yeah, definitely. Uh-oh. They're getting some across the way there. Some help from across the way. No, stop. I don't need your help. You're already kicking my ass as it is. We'll take a tri-fluid, sure. And I'll use it immediately because I need to. A laser and a razor. A very thoughtful game. Heal. One of these days I'm just gonna get crit and not expect it. That's typically how criticals work. You just aren't expecting it. That guy spawned so late. Alright, I gotta start using the demo comp. Start being a real hunter. And not be a Ron Newman. Or a Ron Newell. Immediately pull out weapons again. I just like Ranger that much. I don't know. Can't help it. That's one of the goals I set for myself with this challenge. I'm gonna do my best to not be a Ray Newell. It's hard. Sometimes mech guns are just the better option. So it seems like the demo comment is working out pretty well. If I could have a console mag, I would. No PV whatsoever. That's kind of one of the neat things about the console mags, outside of like just them being, you know, old Sega consoles. You have to, so the requirement to get the first one is it has to be a level 5 mag. So that means that you immediately evolve the mag with the mag cell, meaning it doesn't get a chance to get photon drops. And none of the, when you use a mag cell, your mag doesn't just automatically get a photon blast. So when you have the, if you ever see anybody with the console mags, then you know that they don't have any PB. And so, like, at first, initially, that sounds like, wow, that kind of sucks. But in instances like this, where it's like, I don't really need a photon blast because, like, I'm already a Uniwhirl. It's kind of like, that would be okay if I didn't have a photon blast. It would actually be easier if I didn't have a photon blast. Because what does photon blast do? Like, it takes up your back palette, right? And so sometimes it's just a little bit more irritating to have a PB than to not have a PB. That is also one of the ways, that is also one of the ways that you can end up having a mag with only 2 PBs, because if you raise a mag with one single character, depending on like what ID and what character you use, sometimes you'll end up with only 2 PBs at level 50, because 2 of the mags that you evolve learning the same PD twice, or not PD, photon blast twice. And so yeah, you'll end up having a mag with like Farla, and then maybe like Bola, or maybe Pilla, and it just doesn't end up getting a third PB. And then you use a mag cell on it, and then it just never has a third PB. So you kind of at that point you kind of screw yourself out of possibly getting a third PB. Because unless the mag is level 200, I think even if it is 200, if you evolve the mag from what it is to another mag, it will just become, it'll give you a PB if it has that. And you don't already have the PB. Nice, love that. That was some sick misses. I don't really need the TP revival, but I'll hold on to it. Maybe I'll do some mean stuff with it. That's why whenever I make a mag, I either do it the exact same way every time, or if I'm doing something new, I usually look up the mags and make sure I'm not gonna end up botching my mag. One thing I always get when I get new people in here and they're like, obviously, sometimes they'll be new to the game or whatever. They always ask me like, what is the best, what's the best mag for, what mag should I be going for? How should I be feeding my mag? And it's like, mags are so versatile that even if you feed it wrong, you still will get use out of it. Unless you're like slamming defense into it for some reason, which is pretty hard to just put pure defense into a mag. I mean that's something you really have to try to do. Or unless you're like slamming fluids into it for a hunter mag or something. Because the way that mags work is like, no matter what you feed it, it's always going to gain or lose 2 different stats. Unless it's like one of the special table mags that has pure defense or pure not pure ATP or pure power, pure dex growth, which is like, I believe Illa has pure power growth. Unless you want like a hyper specific mag, like for max stats or min max stats, it's kind of hard to completely botch a mag up. Even a mag with 2 PBs is still going to be useful because of the stats, right? So while I'm not like an actual expert at making mags, I still understand, like I still get the basics. A photon drop. We need those. More photon drops, game. Keep them coming. Let me add that to the count real quick. 27. We've gotten 3 PBs today so far. New record. New record for one stream. Love it. Yeah, I was talking earlier, we're going to need about 120 photon drops total. For what we want from... Also, I guess it depends fully on what I want to do with my S rank weapon when I get it. Grab that. Thank you. It depends on what special I want to put on it. But we're gonna need a minimum of, I think, like, I'm trying to think, it's 64, I want to say, because we need 16 each for the parasite cell type D or whatever. If we want to get our Lafutaria. Because I do not trust that we will get our aura field easily from the Deldep. Even though it is a reasonable drop rate, it's still Deldep. And Deldeps, well, they suck. Soul Randomizer, we take those. Yeah, we'll take the first one. Why the heck not? Oh, what's up, guys? How you doing? Yeah, we need that. I keep forgetting to pick up a trap vision. Thankfully, we keep finding one. Oh, okay, there's another one. Poor timing shifter. Almost used Farlow again. Did I unequip my mag? I did unequip my mag. I unequipped it and re-equipped it. Okay. Yeah, I unequip and re-equip my mag to get rid of the Photon Blast. Since the Photon Blast isn't too useful here in the mines, I went ahead and just quickly unequipped and re-equipped it to get rid of the Photon Blast and get my back pallet back. Now there will be times I do that and I just forget to re-equip the mag. Or there'll be times where I specifically want to die, but I don't want my mag synchro to go down. I'll unequip my mag and then die. Because if you die without your mag equipped, it doesn't lose any synchro. So there's a quest in episode 2 that I do for my god power that doesn't allow you to telepipe or Ryuker. And the only way to get out of it quickly without running down the timer is to just die. And so what I'll do is as I'm running through, I'll get poisoned in the temple, and then I'll just let the Indie Belris kill me, or the Dark Belris kill me at the end there. But like in that case where you like usually can't telepipe or when you can't telepipe in the quest, usually there will still be a portal that you came in on, or you know, in the first room there'll usually be like a teleporter you can just walk back through. This quest doesn't have that. That one quest I was talking about does not have that. So the only way to get out of the quest without either completing the quest or running the timer out, which is I think like 30-40 minutes, and then by the time I get to the point where I want to reset the quest, I think it's like 20 minutes or something. The best way to just get out is just die. And thankfully, like I said, there's lilies in the temple that I can use to poison myself, and then pretty much anything can just one-tap me. And that's a lot faster, obviously, than turning the console off or resetting the console completely and going back through the menus and everything. Because that's also an option, but I choose both. We love being slowed. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm glad that one got knocked down. That could have been really, really bad. Resist a blizzard. Resist it. Caliber. Ooh, almost a good caliber. Almost. Not quite. Let's not turn the lights on. We do end up getting our PB quite a bit in here in this quest. We also get confused a lot. I wasn't fast enough. Definitely not that. I'm pretty sure I got cut off by the laser fence too. We got nothing. Oh, okay. How are we doing today? We're good. Feeling pretty good today. Had a good weekend. As far as the hunt goes, it's the same. Nothing new. That being said, we did get a couple photon drops today. So hey, we take those. Oh, hi. Yeah. What are your photon drops used for? Well, we're going to be using them for the Gallon shop, or in this case, Garen's shop, which is the downloadable offline quest variant, to buy some things from the shop there. And then eventually, once we get our S rank weapon, to get our S rank special. But we want to get the parasite to cell type Bs, so we can make our virus armor. And we specifically want the Lafutaria one, which is the final one. So I think you need about 4 of them. What am I getting first? I'm not sure yet. It's only gonna be one S rank. I was thinking of getting something that is less conventional, but still very useful. On Gamecube, the Gelin special from the S ranks is unique, so to speak. It is like 31 or something, I think, like that. It's 31 Gelin or something like that. I was thinking maybe I get something with Gelin on it. Or not Gelin, but Zalor. That'll definitely help out. Initially, I was thinking maybe I get a Zalor handgun. But I don't think that'll be the case. I think I'll get something less conventional, like I said. So maybe like a scythe. A scythe would be pretty cool. I was actually thinking of getting a windmill. I don't know. I've never used the S rank windmill before, so I don't know if it... I know that once you do a 3-hit combo and wait a minute, it starts spinning really fast, and then it turns into a projectile, right? But I don't know if that acts like a Disca or not. That would be kind of funny if it did. Yeah, I'll probably end up doing episode 2 challenge mode, because I find that one a lot more fun than episode 1. But it just depends on whoever I get to help me do challenge mode, what they feel like doing. It'll probably be Carl, Rorigir, and maybe Vera, if they are up for it. But this won't be for a while. Carl already said he'd be down to help. We just have to plan something around his and Rorigir's schedule. Challenge mode itself isn't the hard part. The hard part is getting 4 people together for a minimum of 4 hours and to sit in one spot. The planning of challenge mode is the challenge. Yeah, Gal Griffin's going to be interesting. We've done this before with Phantasy Star. He also was doing a Human World Challenge run with Orin, and we helped him get his S rank handgun. But yeah, Gal Griffin took us like 30 minutes alone. Like, a Gal Griffin alone took us like 30 minutes just to kill. So we definitely know the pain of the Gal Griffin. And a majority of the time is going to be us resetting for certain weapons. And obviously there's certain characters you can use to expedite the process of Gal Griffin. So, a meme buster with native. There are some servers that have set boxes for items like that, but I don't remember if we use either of the servers that have that, or one of the servers that has that. I think we just did it raw and natural. Like, clearly there's like a comp that you can use, like a meta comp that you could use for the Gal Griffin. Why did he do that? I don't know. He's completely ignored my gelling. And he did it again. This guy's a master. Okay, he's dead now. That was the hardest Sinnoh I've ever fought. The hardest part of challenge mode for me is remembering the seabeds and all the gimmicks in the seabeds maps. Everything up until seabeds is just like muscle memory for me. But yeah, there's a few instances in seabeds where you have to stand on a specific tile to get teleported. Otherwise, you end up fighting a room full of stuff by yourself. Then there's the laser fence. Room. And then, yeah, you need somebody in the right spot to do the drop down. Usually it's like a Hugh cast who does that. You have them get punched down to the lower level. You don't have to do that, but that is just like the main way to do challenge. And obviously they have to kind of know what they're doing and how to get dropped like that. You have to have one of the squiddies slap you in just the right way. That and just the normal gimmicks of challenge mode where it's like you don't want people who are just gonna die all the time. Right? You want to make sure you have somebody or a group that is like relatively decently good at the game. At low level anyway. You're very active today, Volop. Rest at 26. Dye fluid. Nothing interesting so far. We don't need more scapegoals. We have enough. Part 24. Mind mat. We don't need. Mind mat. We don't need. And darn. I was hoping that disc had good hit. Almost got our PB off of Volop there. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break real fast. I just need to grab a new water. And I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes. Okay, dokie. Okay. Settle. All right, we're back, and we go again. How's it going, Raka? Yeah, I needed to take a little break real fast. I needed extra water, and then I also needed to grab a bite real quick. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right today. Had a pretty chill weekend. Played Diablo with the Diablo 2 with the missus. Been farming in Diablo 2 as well. Ironically, or funny enough, can't escape the farm. We've been playing Resurrected, but neither of us have the Warlock expansion yet. We're kind of just picking up where we left off in a couple of our characters. I've been playing Druid. And I initially started doing just a leveling build. So it's like just mass vitality and fissure. Where's the real Sunny? On vacation still. Real Sunny's taking their sweet time. Ow. Real Sunny would never get hit by that. But yeah, I've been playing a druid. And at first I was using the fissure druid, which is just fire. And then I started doing a hurricane tornado build, which is a lot of fun. But right now we've been farming for Andariel for a Stone of Jordan. And so yeah, even when I'm not playing PSO, I'm still doing the farm. I'm still hardcore farming something. I just can't help myself. I'm addicted. That's a long way from Raggle. Brother. You're really gonna make me take them out first. Stop it. Okay. Now we can focus on the Sinnohs. Because it's always sunny in Philadelphia. I get that. There's always got to be a sunny in Philadelphia. How? How did he avoid the gelin, dude? I have been pushed into a corner. This is less than ideal. Okay, what do we got? We got 0, 0, 30. I guess I'll hold on to it just to see what it is. Just for my morbid curiosity. Okay, I was gonna say no. That freaking guy sneaking behind me. Trying to get slapped. Okay. Oh. All right, dude. You just had to be different. Oh, nice. Thank you, Parla. You are very helpful right now. Did that just do 80 damage? Huh? I mean, I knew it wasn't going to do a lot, but I expected a little more than 80 damage. Anyway, I really need to go refill my stuff. Ouch. Ray Newell engaged. This is how I win. I just become the legendary Ray Newell. I lied. Whoa, that's not a Vulcan. Why humans can't be rangers? I don't know. That was a tough one. That was a tough call. Only humans. Oh, and cast, I guess. Oh, nice. We did get another level. Nice, dude. 3 levels in one stream? What is this? I didn't even realize I was that close. 122. Stats are looking pretty good. Won't lie. Still can't one combo these guys though, unfortunately. Unless I crit, I guess. That's... Oh, I just naturally have 83,000 on me? Okay, cool. Just not die with it, okay.
Okay, I have at least 3 escape dolls on me. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be just fine. I'm genuinely considering getting a cure, or getting my cure confused. This is silly. Yeah, I don't know why Rangers never got a Newman. There's no like logical lore explanation why they couldn't have a Newman. At least not off the top of my head. Yeah, Phantasy Star Zero has the Newman. And then like later you get into like Phantasy Star Universe, who has cast that can use text. But the whole explanation for that is straight up just like the cast are like transcended beings that were transferred their consciousness into a cast body. I should take a short shopping trip after this. Let's just get to the next. Like the Bowie. Why am I dropping? Nice, dude. Oh. I thought he was. Ow. Okay, that's another photon drop today. That's what? 4 drops today? Photon drop? Oh. Getting lucky. I'll take all the photon drops. We need them. I was saying earlier, but I'm kind of surprised we haven't gotten more photon drops. I'm used to getting PD like crazy. All the misses. Did my mag just heal me? I think it did. Interesting. Well, that was like some kind of weird delayed audio from me using Resta. Yes, use the caliber. Why? Why did he ignore it? Sometimes the sinners just say, "No, I'm not gonna get debuffed." Pass. Like, look at that one. Everyone else got debuffed except for that guy. That guy straight up just said, "Nah." Oh my gosh. Ooh, I have like 50. I got enough escape dolls for a small army. Okay, we'll get into mines too, and then we'll go back real fast. We definitely need to restock some. And in the meantime, we'll check out this caliber and see what's what. Our last one was a dim caliber. Not anything super good, but pretty interesting. It's not like I'm really looking for a caliber to legitimately use. However, if it has like a rest on it, maybe I'll use it. Okay, we're gonna drop off Escape Doll, the Mono Grinder, the Photons, the TV Revival. We're gonna check out this caliber. See what we got. A Frost Caliber pass. Got some Claymores, we got some Gladius. A 40 Thunder Club, we love that. Damn, no drive. No. That's unlucky. Just gotta be mindful not to use our tri-fluids. We only have 2 left. This will probably be our last run of the night too. It is getting a little bit later than I expected, but that's okay. We'll be back tomorrow to do more mines. I was originally going to be doing episode 2 unlocking areas, but I kind of really was thinking about it all weekend. I really want my Kasami bracer. Yeah, your slow is not going to stop me. It's fine. Look at that. I got a triple combo off while slowed. But yeah, I really wanted my Kasami bracer. I mean, I still fucking have it. But I really do need to go through episode 2 in Ultimate and unlock the areas. Especially if I want to get... Shoot. Oh, well, thank you, Bonfire. Thank you for the luck. Now we will definitely find our Kasami bracer. Oh wait, no, I need that. Yes, okay. Gotta have my trap vision. The last room is hell without the trap vision. Rocket, thank you for the last run luck. And the blurst. Gotta have the blurst run at least once. You gotta have just the right amount of curse and luck. There's a perfect balance in there somewhere. Where is this guy? I was watching him on the map, but I just couldn't find him. Yes, I love being confused. I'm not using this. I'm not using anything. I'm just gonna let it run its course. Oh, hi. Oh my goodness. Okay, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't just a random red that I just picked up. It didn't do the notification because I picked it up so fast. Stop that. Cannon bins are the worst. That Sinnoh red got obliterated though. Definitely gonna get slapped. Oh, no, I'm not. L farm. Got a lot of L farms today. Who's just leaving their L farms laying around, man? Come on. Gotta clean up after yourself. Yeah, I want to run to the, after stream, I'm probably going to run to the pet store here. And, because I bought some, so yesterday I had cleaned the fish tank and I had transferred them out of the tank and had to get in there, put new rocks in or new gravel. And, everything was fine. But, a few of the fish had unfortunately didn't make it, and I don't know if it is like maybe something in the water, something from the tap just causing the water to be just awful. Because I do treat the water afterwards. Like, it's not just like I throw them in there and that's it. I do treat the water. So I don't know what it was. It's something weird going on with the water right now, but whether it was like temperature or it was just something with the new rocks that I put in there. So whatever. Anyway, we lost like 4 fish yesterday. And so I want to go and wait for the water to clean up, and I want to go and get a couple more little buddies. Yeah, I definitely everyone else in there right now. Well, I got 4 more fish yesterday because I was already replacing some comrades that had fallen, my little fish comrades. But when I got home, there were 3 more that had died. So it was a little rough yesterday. But and then one of the ones that we got died. But all the other ones that we got lived. So, I don't know. Thankfully, the pet store has a return policy as long as you bring the... they want you to bring a sample of the water. They want you to bring the fish, a sample of the water, and they will give you a slight refund. They basically just want to know if their fish was the problem or if it was your water. I think they would tell you if it was your water. I don't know. I've never taken the fish back yet. We'll find out today. Everyone else seems to be doing just fine though. So maybe it was just like the shock of changing it. Because I don't normally completely take them out, but I also wanted to change the gravel in the tank. And so I don't know if it was just like the tank I put them in was just like not the right temperature for them and there was shock, or something leads me to believe it was the water though, because the other fish, one of the new fish, also died. So it makes me think it was the water. But yeah, I want to go head over there today before it gets too late. Otherwise, I probably would have done one more run. Quit critting me. All right, here we go. Sinnoh time. Double gelling, just to make sure you get it. Forward 22 monomate. Take that. And a try grinder. Yeah, okay. Sure, why not? Alright, we got about 3 more rooms to go. Hopefully we get something new. We're hoping for. No, not that one. I did technically ask.
I didn't technically specify what I wanted. I just said something.
Yeah, that classifies as something. I'm too mad at that.
Oops.
Yeah, we'll take the diamond. Sure. Hit that button. Get some boxes later. Go grab this Sinnoh real quick. No. Why did that miss? More escape dolls, huh? Really don't even need escape dolls at this point. We have so many. Vulcan. Just so we see. Yep. TV saber. All right. Not the last room, but the boss is ready. We are going to go to the last dark room, though. We have a few Sinnohs left. Those guys explode.
No, I wouldn't say no to another luminous field. Never know. It could be better than the one we have. I thought there was somebody over there. There was not. Here. Did that guy even move? I feel like he didn't even move. He did the thing like he was supposed to move, but he said, nah. Nah, I don't feel like moving. Nice. This one drop anything? It dropped a trimate. Don't think we need more trimates. Okay, the whole reason why we brought the crap vision is for this last one here. I kind of want to get the strap out of the way. And now I'll finish you. I'm gonna get smacked in the butt. What? How is he not dead? What the heck? All right, the last Thanos. Well, technically not the last. Okay, never mind. There's one more red and one more blue. After these guys. Ow. Alright, nothing from the blues. That's okay. Now we go kill the last... Or, I'm sorry, nothing from the reds. Now we go kill the last blue. Let us see. We just get this room because there's some boxes back here with set weapons. Well, they're not set weapons, but they're weapon boxes. And I'm just kind of curious, so we'll see. Disc. Do you have anything? No. You are useless. Lots of stats. Not the right stats, though. We want hit. And then there's 3 set boxes in here. And then Sinnoh Blue. Hey, big guy. Okay, nothing in the blues. Okay. Okay. Oh, not looking good for our set box. Okay, nothing. Fine. There's a trifle. All right, let's go kill us a roll up. Then that'll be it for us. Let me double check the Twitch directory. See if we have anybody else hanging around. And we do have Ariskello I can throw you guys over to after this is over. He is also doing Redria, so
Looks like he is in the caves, though. Yeah, we'll go ahead and kill Volop real quick. What did I just use? What did I just use? Uh-oh. All right, can we get our third God HP from this guy? Or more importantly, can we get a photon drop from him? I don't think so. There we go. Another God HP. We don't need it. I would just rather see a God HP than nothing. Okay, nothing so far. Solemnizer, nice, nice. Nothing. A whole lot of nothing. We will take that trap vision though. We do need more of those. 140,000 till next level. If I were to go 2 more times, I would get another level. Unfortunately, I have errands to run today, so we can't just sit and do this all day like I'd want to. That's always tomorrow. The game ain't going anywhere. Speaking of, I should probably back up my memory card again. Maybe I'll do that after stream. Alright, that's our third God HP. Pretty cool. Pretty lucky. Okay. Alright, guys. I appreciate you guys hanging out. As always, Avera. Appreciate the raid. Wasn't a bad Monday for us. Wasn't as cursed as they usually are, so I'm happy about that. Didn't get any drops, but that's okay. But okay, I'm gonna throw you guys over to Ariskello. He is also doing a Redria completion hunt. We'll be back tomorrow, 12 p.m. PST. And then we will continue doing Redria. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Monday and better Tuesday. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.